technology. So there's a lot of movement in the technology right now, and we are visualizing that this is going to go forward from here. The e-commerce is the emerging sector, and many of the retail establishment have also established their e-commerce businesses. And there are portals, there are multi-brand portals, there are individual company organization stores, which are now on the e-commerce websites. And these are the people who are transacting and showing their products, and the entire catalog is available. Going forward, I think there's many options which are available with the people. They can book online, go and collect their merchandise from the physical locations. That is one of the options which is going to be there. Then there is a delivery aspect which has already been growing, which is called the e-commerce. Then the entire delivery module is there, and every delivery organization can support multiple retail stores to deliver their goods and services. So we see forward that there is going to be a lot of integration on the fintech issues, because the payment solutions also have to be brought in. There is an issue of logistics available, and then the entire supply chain has to be supported, be it an electronic store or a physical store in the retail segment. So going forward, I think every business has to evolve themselves. They have to look forward to having multiple options available, which should be made for the consumer to opt for. And this is going to be interesting times, and the technology is going to take us forward. Now, uh, there are challenges when we come to, let's say, technology, adoption of technology. And I think the eminent panelists will speak in detail about how technology is transforming businesses and what are the options available for small businesses, mid-sized businesses, and other big services. So my point here is that with the growing GDP and economy of the country, we are going to witness a lot of retail activity. And in the next 6 to 7 years, where we are targeting a $5 trillion economy, and the retail business, which is largely 10 to 15% of the entire economy, is going to see maybe a traction and a lot of growth. So the ICT technologies, which I think will be very important to take forward the business. And in the Corona times, we have seen that these are the things which have gone forward. Now, use of technology in the retail can process, as you see, contactless payments. That is the new area. And these payment methods are RFID and NFC technology to allow consumers to make their purchases even through a smartphone or a watch. I think currently there are more than 170 million consumers who have smartphones, and this number is growing at 10 to 15% annually. So going forward, there'll be close to 400, 500 million consumers in the next 6 or 7 years will be having smartphones and data cards, and there'll be a lot of retail activity which will be fueled through these phones and smartphone users. So I think these are some of the few things I have thought I'll say. And then I wanted to submit about the growth of India's story relates to regional identity and vernacular and states and vernacular medium. So any solution which we think has to be brought in electronically has also have to have a vernacular maybe experience or an augmented reality there. So augmented reality or virtual reality is going to be there, and the consumer assists have to have probably a vernacular assist methodology which will take the businesses forward. Some of the other things which need to be mentioned here are the UPI and UPI transactions which are picking up. So currently, I think India is doing 1,500 billion UPI transactions on a monthly basis. And the amount transacted is close to 6.39 lakh rupees. So this is going to be an interesting area. So a lot of people have now belief on UPI payments, and this technology is going to take forward the retail segment and the payments there. So with these few words, I think I should be handing over to Rajat, and probably we can listen to the other panelists about how technology is going to fuel the retail segment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mathur. Great insights, and obviously a great overview of the overall retail sector, expected to get from 880 billion to 1.3 trillion dollars in the next 5 to 6 years. There's a whole growth, that's being driven. We are primarily still very much a brick and mortar country, with almost 98% sales still happening through brick and mortar stores, with 3%, 4% through e-commerce today. So we are still getting there. At the end of the day, obviously, while e-commerce grabs the headline, it's the brick and mortar stores that actually are doing the actual delivery on the ground on a day-to-day basis. So with that, I'll just kick that off. So Lalit, just coming to you, starting with this, where are some of the big technology? What are the 2 or 3 big technology sort of trends that you are seeing in the retail sector? And what is it that you are seeing which is transformational, which you've seen in your business, or you may be seeing overall in other businesses as well? And how do you see that sort of changing over the next 3 to 4 years?
Rajat, thank you for asking me first. I fully want to, first of all, let me thank Vineet for giving such a good data and really bringing the motivation in the panel, and the kind of story and the kind of numbers that you're giving definitely means a lot, and it definitely asks us to drive more and more business and business aided with technology. So thank you, Vineet, with that. So Rajat, what you're saying is adoption, I think, or the technology that I'm seeing. First of all, as Vineet said about the kind of mobile phone penetration or smartphone penetration which the consumers have got. So now this consumer having those number of handsets and those number of, and then they are using those handsets now, is itself a big technology adoption or big technology shift, which is driving both aspiration, the demand, as well as the kind of product that they want at the kind of price that they want. So that is a big shift from a retail eyesight, not within the retailer, but happening in the market, which is, I think, is the biggest piece, and where this is going to leapfrog. So Vineet, you're right that we are a brick and mortar retailer, we are a brick and mortar country, we have not adopted technology too much, but it is going to leapfrog, because the young country, as you said 30 years, but I think India is 28 years today. And that country is definitely going to leapfrog as far as technology adoption in usage is concerned, from the consumer standpoint of view. And similarly, the same should happen in retail, and same should happen in all the businesses and all the industry. And what we are seeing a large, definitely there's an adoption of e-commerce, there's an adoption of omni retail, there is an large adoption which is going to come in the ways of doing business, in the ways of handling retail, in the processes that we handle in retail, the kind of forecasting mechanism that we do for handling retail, the kind of understanding of consumer that we do through analytics, understanding on those are very, very important pieces that will definitely drive business. And then what the pandemic has given is it's a kind of K graph, where we are seeing the larger is becoming larger and the poorer has become a little more poorer, and that larger is becoming larger, where there is an opportunity for organized retail to also grow larger. And that is what will happen, and that's what's happening. So for retailers like us, it is definitely going to be technology aided growth, and that is what will drive our growth, and that is what will sustain our growth and sustain our business, leading into profitability, because this is the time when we could actually bring in technology to help ourselves to reduce the cost, which is very much important, because today more and more consumer adopting technology or growing is also getting into more and more value conscious mindset, because their pocket size remains same. India definitely is growing on GDP, but the per capita income still is not growing at that level. So the large part of that lower part of the pyramid is growing, but they still need value for money pieces. and we need to drive value for money for that context. Now, how do we use technology to deliver value to the customer? That's the largest adoption that we will have to do. All those technology there are multiple things that we are using, right from your supply chain to forecasting to algorithm to understanding consumer sentiments to understanding fashion and understanding the fashion trend which is available in driving. How could you really create apparels or fashion in the right way at a reduced cost? How do you integrate and collaborate your team? How do you integrate and collaborate your systems? Do training online, do training or bring in everyone together in a short notice. All those things really helps. And that's the way technology will drive growth for us. And for retailer, the problem was the retail businesses, if we see even in Indian history, not a lot of retailers have succeeded and not a lot of retailers have made money in India. And what is happening is the problem never was in retail. The problem always happened with retailer. And the why did it happen with retailer? Because the ability to control, the ability to have those kind of grip over the businesses was losing. So now what will happen? The technology, if you bring in and have technology to help you, the retailer will have more control over the business, have more control over data, have more control over its inventory, have more control over its cash flow. So I think that is going to be important, and that will definitely drive more and more businesses. So there are a lot of areas. I think I can't name some. That's the problem now. There is too much of technology, and there's too much to handle also. So we need to also prioritize which one should be taken, what, when, and how much is right now sufficient for us. That is also an important challenge in front of us that we need to take up. I'll leave for other panelists.
Thank you. Thanks, Lalit. Some great points, enabling using technology to actually make the businesses profitable, more meaningful, because this technology for the sake of technology is not going to help anybody. You got to see where does it fit into your business? How is it enabling your salespeople, your entire inventory, forecasting, cash flow, the whole piece coming together. Subhash, I'll come to you after this. From an advertising perspective, you obviously work with a lot of clients on enabling them to to improve their operations, have a better visibility of what the consumer trends are, how is consumers adopting technology. Some thoughts on that, and what are some of the 2-3 big trends you are seeing which are transforming the retail and FMCG sectors?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I started off by saying that the amount of change that I've seen in the last 5 years, I haven't seen in the last 30, right? And that's really, it's at this age, it's actually made me feel like a student all over again. That's the rapidity of change that technology has brought in. So from my business perspective, I think what we are here, and I grew up in an industry where we built brands. We helped our clients build brands. We looked at consumer insights and big brand ideas, and we created advertising campaigns that went on for 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, and so on and so forth. A lot of that is changing to the other end, right? From consumer understanding, we're getting into what is a much bigger thing called customer centricity. And as our clients are adopting technology to transform their entire way of doing business, we are also having to do the same to partner them in reaching that customer in a manner. So look at advertising traditionally. Advertising traditionally was a bit like carpet bombing. You created one message, you put it on television, and X million number of people saw it. In the digital world, these very shoppers that you're talking about, right, is actually helping, the technology is helping you go to the other end of the holy grail of marketing, which is N is equal to 1. Can I talk to that one person like an individual, right, versus having to broadcast my message in a big way. So what technology has done is to transform the entire method of how customers are seeking and purchasing brands. And therefore, we are having to look at very different kinds of communication strategy, different kinds of communication assets along that journey. Let me give an example. I mean, if you look at what's happening in India today, and I think Mr. Mathur and everybody has given some amazing data, we have to be mobile first. The entire search, if you look at the entire journey on m-commerce, if I'm searching for a product, then I'm considering the product and its competition, and I'm comparing prices, then I'm looking at user reviews, and then I decide on which one I want to buy, and then I actually make the payment all from my hand device, right? So everything that we do in terms of communicating at every step of this journey needs to be personalized and needs to be designed for the mobile. it's no longer sufficient for me, as an example, to create an ad film that requires a great helicopter shot of the car from a distance, etc. If I'm ultimately going to view it on a 4x6 inch screen. So even from a craft and a craft perspective, we are having to think about made for mobile versus just seen on mobile. That means the entire design changes, right? That's number one. Second thing is this whole personalization, this whole concept of for me. That's what the consumer is saying. What's in it for me? This is my question. I want a particular kind of hair care product because I have exceptionally dry hair. How can you solve my specific problem? Now, the messaging that goes to that person is very different from the messaging that can go to another customer segment. So the first big change that I'm seeing in my business is that it is no longer sufficient to just typecast the consumer as one. There are multiple different cohorts and segments of consumers emerging, and data is the one that's telling you these different cohorts. And therefore, the needs are different, and therefore the messaging needs to be different. So that's one big change. The second big change I'm seeing is the growth of social media in enabling brand conversations, right? There are more and more social media platforms today are emerging as online advisors. If you see the growth of influencer marketing in our country today, we are still way behind the US, the UK, but we've just launched as ASCII influencer marketing guidelines. The numbers are frightening. That means more and more influencers are going to come and tell you which product to buy, and more customers are going to believe them, right? And therefore the need for transparency, the need for authenticity, etc. How do you use these things, right? The third big change, I would say, or trend, is the need to be always on. Gone are the times when you could run a commercial for two months and then take a break for 2 months and then come back again in the next season or something like that. Today, as a brand, you've got to be always on. Now, always on doesn't mean you've got to be saying all kinds of crap to the consumer, because then the consumer will reject you. You still need to make those conversations interesting, engaging, responding to the consumer if he asks a question, so on and so forth. Always on means you need to therefore be prepared to create multiple assets of communication and not just one or two. You need to have very, very different things going on all the time. And your feedback and testing and learning has to be absolutely real time. So if there are 17 messages that you've put out to 17 different groups of consumers that you've identified, which one is working, which one is not working, that is almost real time in terms of feedback. So it's no longer the old advertising paradigm where we ran a commercial for 3 months, then we did a brand study, and 3 months later we got feedback whether that's working or not, and then you correct it again.
Exactly.
That is changing rapidly to real-time change and feedback, right? And the last and big point I would say, or two last points, is it's no longer about just creating visibility. It is now about creating experience and conversations. And this is a big, big change from a communication standpoint. Is your consumer engaging with you, talking to you, and are you responding fast and well enough? Versus, I just put an ad, says, okay, now see my ad, love my brand, come and buy it in the store. That paradigm is changing, right? And the last but not the least, and this is something which will bear with what Mr. Mathur also talked about in terms of data, and also what Lalit talked about from his knowledge from the smaller town India, which is Bharat. The rise of vernacular in our country in online and digital adoption is transformative. All right, vernacular is called the 3 V's: vernacular, voice, and video. Okay, talking, my ability to shop or discuss in any language that I'm comfortable with, right? Using voice versus necessarily needing to be computer literate or literate to type in English or whatever. I can use voice now to seek my preferences and give my points of view. And lastly, video, designed for the mobile screen that takes your messaging across. So these are some of the massive changes that I'm seeing. And I would say in the last 1.5 years since this pandemic, the adoption of digital technology by consumers has been advanced by at least 5 years. What would have happened maybe 5 years from now is happening today. And I'm seeing across my categories, yes, there are some clients who are still stuck in the slightly old paradigm and are slightly slower to adapt, right? But more and more from a retail perspective, many clients have moved into what is already called phygital, which is the physical aspect of their business and the online aspect of their business, right? So maybe I'll continue to buy certain categories physically in the shop, but my discovery process and my consideration and my search process will be completely online. So it's got to be a combination depending on which category you're in. Certain categories though has gone completely online anyway. I can't remember sitting in Bombay the last time I had to go to a Kirana store, because all my stuff is being delivered online, paid online, including meats and fish and vegetables and everything, right? And I'm sure that's going to continue. So yeah, so these are some of the big changes that I'm seeing from our industry perspective and in our ability to build brands. And last but not the least, don't take customer fidelity for granted. The kind of choices and the ability to choose instantly on one platform is changing that paradigm. So you cannot expect your consumer will remain loyal to you. You have to constantly refresh your loyalty programs.
So great point, Subhash. And I think I was on a panel yesterday, and what was interesting to understand this was that their attention span of a consumer in terms of their ability to interact on a particular ad has gone from 30 seconds to 6 seconds. Now we're hearing 2 seconds. If you haven't grabbed them in 2 seconds, you can lose. So that means your ability to your ad or this thing has to upload quickly enough as well. Therefore, from in 30 seconds, so that 1.5 seconds is all you have left for that person. Otherwise, it's swipe, right? So the swiping point has become so quick. So anyway, I like you said, lots of interesting points, personalization, KOLs. I think in China, they've also moved to KOCs now, which are key opinion consumers, because they find that the consumer, the traditional influencers are getting paid and they are obviously not that trustworthy. So you have KOCs now, which are key opinion consumers, which are peer-to-peer consumer marketing. So lots of changes happening there. Adil, I'll come to you. Same points. You're running, home improvement stores across many countries. What are some of the trends you are seeing? Top technology trends you are seeing that are sort of helping, drive change in the sector.
Thanks, Rajat. As we all know, the COVID era has disrupted all the businesses around. But I always like to look at the glass half full, not empty. And I always say a crisis is an opportunity that should not be wasted. And talking about specifically about our industry, so e-commerce was something we started focusing a couple of years before COVID. Thank God for that, because it paid off. Pre-COVID, our e-commerce sales were about 5% to the overall retail revenue. Within a month, it jumped to 20%. So I completely agreed to, Mr. Subhash was saying that it's leapfrogged by 4 or 5 years. So now what that made us do is we had a challenge, because in Oman, where we are present, we had around a huge turnover coming from there. There was a lockdown for many, many months. So how do you reach the consumer when he's not able to come to your store by the government? So immediately, the first thing that we did was we started having Zoom meetings where our salesperson would be showing all our products via Zoom. Now, obviously, that was a short-term stopgap solution. So then we, put our thinking caps on, and we focused on augmented and virtual reality. Now, primarily in the past, these things were more for video games, but the whole thought was, how do we keep up? Because a lot of customers were still not very happy to go to stores. They want to stay at home. So to keep up with that trend, we did a couple of things. The first thing was we made the entire virtual store online. So you could actually go onto the computer and browse through a store as if you're actually there. And the second thing, which we're planning to introduce very soon, is we're going to be giving a 3D visual to a customer, where if you're sitting in your room, you select a sofa of ours, you put your phone up there, and you can actually see our sofa in your room. And also you can change the color of your paint in your room. So let's say if it's beige, you want to see what your room would look. If you make it maroon or turquoise, you can visualize it to a large degree. So these are some of the things we're working on. The second trend, Mr. Subhash mentioned, was marketing. I'll also give some light on it. We primarily used to always believe in print catalog. We used to print almost 3 million catalogs per season. For example, now we are having our garden furniture launch since winter's coming up. So we would physically print 3 million catalogs, tie up with different companies. Don't even know if all of them have reached them, or if they've been thrown in the bin. All these challenges were there. We took a conscious decision almost 2 years ago that we're not going to have any more print. We're going to be completely digital in our catalogs. And what that did was a couple of things. Number one is we actually got to know what our click-through rate was. The second thing was our reach became 5x. The third thing was the catalog was much more interactive, which means I could have videos, QR codes, more specifications, and my prices could change whenever I wanted it to change. So that really created more value for the consumers as well. And it's something that's saved on your phone. Catalog can be thrown sometimes. This is something that's easily accessible. So this, even though we spent probably 1/3 the money, we saw that the result was, our sales shot up by almost 15 to 18% which is a huge amount by doing such a small tweak. So that was super, super helpful. The third trend, which is very important, is data engineering and data mining. Everybody talks about these big words, but what do they really mean? For us, what it means is it's very important for us to understand who is our customer, what is he buying? Like, Mr. Subhash mentioned, it's not that this is one product and my customer is one. Everybody has a different psyche. Everybody comes from a different income group, different mentality. So it's our job sitting over here to really, really figure out who is our customer, where is he coming from, what are his likes, what are his this. And there are different machine learning and artificial intelligence technologies that we have incorporated in our website that actually helps us understand that customer better. Now, for example, if you come into our website, you search for a sofa, we have almost 6 pages of sofas. Now, if I'm not able to show you in your short attention span, especially when you're browsing from your phone, the right sofa, you might leave my website. So I need to figure out what works through your background, through your research. Another more example I can give you regarding marketing is, for example, we are having our garden launch. Now we have created 10 different types of videos for our garden furniture, gazebos, kids' plays, balconies. But I'm not going to be throwing that same video to everybody. So I identified that a particular area is more balcony prone. So I'm going to be sending specific videos for balconies. Whereas if I see the other areas are more for villas, so there I can be pitching in kids play if people recently have kids, or pitching in larger gazebos. This kind of hyper personalization, believe me or not, it's a little difficult in the beginning, but if you have a strong team and the right platform and you really analyze not as one campaign and one message, but as maybe 100 messages, and you dissect it into micro campaigns, and you have a team that's really analyzing what's working, what's not, I think it really provides value for both for your business and your customers. So these are the 3 trends that we've been seeing and working towards, and it's been paying off in a big way. Thank you.
Thanks, Adil. Great points. And, personalization, data mining, AR, VR, using that. I'm sure Lalit and all are doing a lot of that in their stores. Tier 2 customer also, but evolving very quickly. Mr. Mathur, I just want to quickly come to you and check if you wanted to add something here. Any thoughts here?
So what I wanted to say was there's another area, what's called the blockchain technology, that's possibly going to also be useful and helpful for the industry, consumer industry per se, because you're going to see, trends like the people asking for geographical or GI locational products and services. And to probably inform that, there has to be a block which has to be created, which needs to be validated by various users. So in case, let me give you an example, you're looking for Ratnagiri mangoes. So are these really the Ratnagiri mangoes, or these are the Washington apples which are being sold in Delhi shops? And whether these are actually Washington and from which farm they're coming, that's the technology of the future, the blockchain technology. So going forward, what Adel mentioned, there's data mining, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology, which is going to go. Now, coming on the other side, on the consumer affairs issues, I would probably want to say that we have a strong Consumer Protection Act in India. And there we possibly look into all these claims and the advertisements and what has been spoken about by Subhash ji and others also on the panel. But we look into whether there are misleading advertisements which are being created through augmented reality, or the videos which are created for personalized issues. So there is a whole lot of legislation available. There is the Consumer Protection Act. There's the Consumer Central Protection Authority in India, which is looking into the regulations business. And we have even empowered ourselves with the class action suits. So things like which were probably available in the United States earlier, we have a similar legislation here. If probably a car model has a particular problem about which is being experienced by all its consumers, and there is a gear problem or anything, the Act can now possibly order the manufacturer to withdraw the entire production, let's say, volume. So these are some of the trends. There is a strong legislation in place. Then we do a lot of consumer awareness activities, and we are saying that what is exactly a misleading advertisement, and many of those things which are available on the government side and the Act. And if I may just add that I do a lot of grievance issues, and because of the e-commerce, there's been a multiple jump in the e-transactions, but so have been the grievances. And largely the fintech connections have probably projected a lot of problems where people have been unable to transfer money and get their goods, or there have been multiple transactions and refunds issues. So these are some of the things which probably the industry needs to still answer. There's a lot of technology which needs to be evolved and brought in here. And so it's a lot of investment going forward for organized retail to probably capture a large part of the market. So this is what I thought I can add here. Thank you.
No, some great points, especially with the rise of technology, influencers, so much of social media, peer-to-peer marketing. It's going to become very, very important for this level of legislation, etc., to come in and at least protect the consumers, while at the same time not curbing the industry, because the industry needs to also grow exponentially. We have to remember that there is the whole growth of getting to 1.5 trillion to $2 trillion as far as Indian retail is concerned. Compared to China, we are still very small. China e-commerce is, over $1 billion, close to $1 billion. We are at about 30. We are close to what I think we're maybe even 5 or 6%, about 25, 30 billion here. China is almost at $1 trillion, e-commerce over there. So I think we are sort of still way behind in terms of that growth. So we've got to encourage that. And Lalit, I'll come to you on that. I think last round of questions, I think we probably need to wrap up by about 2:10, 2:15. As you're embracing technology, what are some of the things you are having to do? Because we know that technology is here to stay. Adoption will continue. Maybe some level of slowdown may happen when malls open up and people will go back to having a normal life and being outside rather than sitting at home and running everything from homes. But what are you enabling in your company to drive technology adoption? How does it start from the top? How do you make it work through the organization? And how do you I know you're a very technology savvy guy and you're making notes even as we speak. So you're always up on trends, but how do you enable that in your organization?
Rajat, you are touching a very delicate subject, and that's the biggest pain for every entrepreneur or the person sitting on the top. And that's the key, I think, adoption by people, adoption in the organization is the game changer. And how do you do it? So yeah, as you rightly said, it has to be driven from the top, and it has to be definitely also given a lot of priority because there are these business situations. And there are these so many number of technologies which comes in. One, driving everyone to adopt and use. Two, also integrating technologies. And that's the biggest problem that we have now in the hand. And going forward that we would all have. There are specializations for each and every area. And there are deeper specialization. The more you get into it, the more you find the well is still more deeper. And that's what is happening. And so at the larger side, we are trying to integrate technologies. We are trying to ask the technology teams also to talk to each other, have API communication. The whole digital integration has to be very, very important and has to be more API-led discussions which has to happen. How do you build those stacks internally? How do you collaborate between the stack? How does both the technology talk? Because there are technologies which are also doing similar things, and we have multiple channels which are given to the employee. Because what's happening, the employee is actually getting confused. He doesn't know where to reach out. Yeah. He doesn't know how many apps to open, how many places where he needs to respond, how many places where he needs to complete the work or look at for the MIS reporting or look at for the data or the analytics. So the job becomes little more complex, and we need to just try and make it more simpler and simpler, having a single dashboard, having a single platform, trying to bring in those singularity in the viewpoint at the consumer end, because consumer means the people who are using technology. If we are able to deliver a seamless experience for those people, then only we could definitely drive more and more adoption. But yeah, as we already spoke about vernacular language, and maybe more easiness, as Subhash rightly mentioned about 3 V's, which is voice, video, and what was the third one, Subhash?
Vernacular.
Vernacular. So I think all the three are going to be also important, because we have 367 stores now, and our store team, which is sitting in the small town, and those guys don't understand too much of English. So we need to also give them those vernacular strength, so that that's not a bad sign, and that is how we drive local. I mean, vocal for local, being vocal for local, bringing those people. Having the adoption from those people is going to be the key success factor. And that is what I see. As India is young, our team is young. And when team is young, the adoption attitude is already there. The intentions are already there. As long as it is made simple and
Yeah, absolutely,
by the organization, it will definitely get adopted. But saying all that, we are still a far way to reach there. It still remains a problem even to us. And there are more things that we need to solve. But yeah, I think largely we are finding a very, very zoomed out strategy. We are finding a very, very zoomed out thought process on how, and then looking forward, how will it behave 2 years hence? What kind of resource do we need? What kind of trainings do we need to give? What kind of clear-cut KPIs that we're going to build? What are the key piece where your appraisal systems behave? How does your entire organization talk? Where do you communicate? Do you talk more on words, or do you talk more on text? And how do you do all of that? How do you collaborate everything? Because every solution could give you a lot of opportunities, but you could have multiple solutions having the same. So I think it is largely about all of that. But yeah, largely the another thing is, how do you consistently keep.
Did we lose Lalit?
Maybe his.
It's gone on a hold.
Yeah,
Let's just wait for 30 seconds, otherwise we'll. Lalit, I think your system just hung. So we'll come back to Lalit. Subhash, your thoughts on enabling, both from your business's point of view, Publicis' point of view, enabling technology adoption, and then taking it to your clients and saying, because it's very confusing right now. There are so many new platforms, so many technologies, plus clients have their own legacy systems. How does it all work, and what are some of the enabling points you need to do? I mean, Lalit made some great points about simplicity, the young people, adoption is high, but how do you, and then vernacular, local language, small town, tier 2, tier 3 towns, how do you make it work?
Yeah. So for our business, the only assets we have are our people. Right?
So Lalit, I'll come back to you after Subhash finishes. Carry on, Subhash.
Our business, the only real assets we have are our people, right? Because it's an ideas business and it's a communications business. It's not that I have plant and machinery, etc., to worry about. So for us, the big transformation is based on 2 or 3 things. One is, how do we, so if you see the last 5 acquisitions that Publicis Group has made, they've all been technology brands, whether it's Sapient or Epsilon or anyone. It's right now, there's a very clear focus over the last 8 years or so, only focus on bringing technology, skill sets, and knowledge into the system, right? So that's number one, where you have to get specialists as part of the entire mind-opening transformations. Or the other part of it is also training. One of the things I've realized is that when it comes to technology, it's only the 20% of your people who are actually technology optimists, who love technology, who get excited by technology. A large part of the people workforce are worried about technology because they're technology pessimists, and that's a very human trait. Now, how do you open their minds up? How do you get them to love what they're doing? And that's where I think what even Lalit was speaking about, how do you make it simple? There's a famous saying, I think it was by the CEO of Intel, or I can't remember who, technology is at its best when it's invisible, right? So instead of making technology a huge thing burden to take on your shoulders, actually what technology does is makes things easier and faster and simpler and things like that. So once the people start experiencing this, I've realized that the penny drop happens. right? So one is to how do you bring in inspiring and talented specialists to change the system? And secondly, how do you train your existing workforce to open their minds up to a new way of doing? And that's what I meant by saying I started feeling like a student all over again. And I think that's going to be an ongoing process as we go along. And of course, if you have big clients, they also force a certain amount of change in you because they demand a certain kind of service. And if they have already transformed, then you have no other option but to transform to serve them.
Yeah, absolutely. So Lalit, you were just, great point, Subhash. Obviously, clearly, enabling it, making sure it's what Lalit said, keeping it simple. Then also the whole point about, making this 20% pessimist, so make optimist, 80% pessimist. We forget that because some of us are tech savvy. We assume everybody's going to just love it. But yeah, you're right. 80% people are just very worried. How's it going to impact their job, their life? Are they have to have more work? Lalit mentioned more reports, more level of reporting. No, God, I've got to now fill this report also and that report also. And then the guy's like, well, the guy at the top is just saying, okay, I've got a new software. But the people below are saying, oh my God, that's another report to fill. Where does that data come from? I'm already spending 8 hours a day filling 3 other Excels, right? So Lalit,
and
you
the biggest change has to happen at the top. The bottleneck is always at the top of the bottle.
I actually feel top is sometimes is underestimating the work that gets, because for a lot of top guys have become extremely tech savvy. You're sitting on conferences, you're meeting all the right people. You think technology is, wow, it's everywhere. But the guy at the bottom who has to really do the work to put the technology data together is not so tech savvy. And yes, 80% is a very interesting point. I wasn't aware of it, but that's a great point. Lalit, you were just completing your last point, and then I'll come to Adil as well. Sorry, you got cut off there. Sorry, you were saying.
Well, I think I've said enough, but the only point that I would also want to ask the panelists is how, in looking at so many things happening and also trying to manage the businesses and having those fundamentals which were there, which still exist, which was no technology world, those brick and mortar world, those brick and mortar customers, people who want those, that's still there. And having on the top of this so many technology pieces coming in, so much of data mining, so much of analytics, so much of new tech, new thoughts. How do we focus? And that's my question that I'm throwing out. How do we focus, and where do we focus? Because it's taking away so much of bandwidth for everyone, the top leadership, the middle layer people, and the top. Where should our focus be? And if we just focus on technology, we will not be able to create a profitable business. Because today also, Vinit, this is a very important point. The technology driving people are losing money, and they're really paid, highly valued, and they are the ones who are doing businesses. So it's becoming so difficult for brick and mortar retailers to try and reach to them and try and be at par with them. It is going to be so difficult. How do we really enable ourselves? That's a question from my side to you guys.
And maybe we'll get Mr. Mathur to answer that. And I think there's also the FOMO, right? The fear of missing out. God, if I don't get it, what happens to my business? Because like you're saying, technology companies are jumping out in terms of valuations and all the startup valuations, which are just completely absurd, right? And then you think, how do I make my legitimate business, and how do I even retain talent? Adil, I'll come to you. Maybe you can try and answer Lalit's question a bit. How do you keep focus without getting submerged by all this technology and companies like ours coming and trying to sell new technology solutions to you all the time? How do you make it work?
I will. Before I do, I just want to talk about, our company, if you think about it, we started off with building materials. That was our core business. Then we transformed ourselves into a retail business, and now we're transforming ourselves into a digital business. So it's a complete, from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. Now, the culture in our company is the only change we have. Constant is the only change in our company. So we're always evolving. It's good to say all these big things, but how do you really achieve it? What do you do? So the strategy, we have two strategies for this. The first one is that we define our vision map or roadmap for that vertical. So for example, talking about our dining home business, which is a furniture business, we there's a company in the US called Wayfair. Wayfair does a revenue of $8 billion only in the home furnishing industry, which is huge if you think about it. Okay. Still, I see there's a vacuum in the Middle East and Africa. So our vision is we don't want to be an omni-channel retailer. We want to be the Wayfair of Middle East and Africa because nobody's done it. We have the product know-how. We have the logistical know-how. We need to put the technology in it. So that's the roadmap. And for that, we've put down the numbers, what technologies need to be brought in, what are the different trends that are coming in, we discussed earlier. But now to achieve this, what's very important is you need to have two types of teams. So one team which is there is the team that takes care of your day-to-day business. Aaj ka dhanda, aaj kaise paisa milna hai. So you have your day-to-day operations guy, day-to-day retail guy, day-to-day technology guy, how much sale, how much target did you achieve, did you not achieve, which everybody's running in a rat race to get that done. So that should not be touched. That should be there. But where companies miss out, where you need, it's very, very important to create a separate team who's a strategy team. Who, once you understand the roadmap, who is not thinking about कि आज पैसा बना नहीं या नहीं बना, आज आपने target achieve किया कि नहीं किया. You need to think, and these guys need to think, what is our strategy to achieve that vision map and roadmap? And once you have smart people in that part who have an understanding of your business, who have an understanding of your vision map, who have an understanding, then they are only and only thinking is what am I going to do 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now? So that is the way you will be able to do it. If you have the same team taking care of today and tomorrow, yes, you will have progress, but I don't know whether you will be ahead of the curve. So if you have to be ahead of the curve, split your teams. And I think that's the only way of moving forward in such a fast way, because see, like Subhash mentioned, everything has leapfrogged 5 years, but did we have 5 years to achieve that? We did not. So now to keep up with that trend and to really, really move ahead, we need to invest in people. Yes, you might lose some money because some technologies might not work. When you hire somebody expensive, CTO or people from that background, the results which you pay you will not be short-term, will be long-term. So you should be also having that mindset on the top that, look, I am going to be burning this money today, but I hope that some of it will be reaping some kind of benefits in the future. So if you have that kind of a strategy, I think that will really help you solve that problem. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Lalit.
So I think there are some good points there, and and my only point before Lalit you can jump in is that to say that also I think it's worthwhile to see, like I've heard in many companies, you have younger people mentoring the CEOs now. Bring in that cadre of young people, the 20% early adopters of technology, the guys who are peripheral, the 20 to 30% who are sort of adopting but not total pessimists, get them to become the team and also let them mentor upwards. Because I think what is happening is that, at least what I'm seeing is that while we are many of us at the top level are flirting with technology, the guys who use it day to day are the youngsters who have got 6 apps on at the same time. They're able to manage it. They're ordering on Amazon and Swiggy and also doing their chat and on Insta, and it works flawlessly for them. So I think maybe getting some younger people to mentor, and I think great point, Adil, is to have that team and commitment to say, can I have a separate team that just looks at future, which makes me future ready, and I will be, interacting with them, and but they have to come from the business. These can't be guys who haven't done the business, because then it becomes like parallel universe, This guy doesn't understand what's required on that. So great point. Lalit, sorry, over to you, and maybe Subhash, if you can come in as well on this, because it's an interesting point, and then we'll get Mr. Mathur to maybe give his closing remarks on that.
So Rajat, you are absolutely right, and but you need to also become omni in your culture, where every person has to adopt. Otherwise, you will have silos and partitions within the organization. And the moment you do it, it becomes their business, it becomes their job. So how do you create capability in all your leaders? And at the middle and the top, people who are experienced, people are little more gray hairs, they are the people who are sitting there, and those are the people who either facilitate or blocks it. So now, how do you mentor them? How do you bring them on the board? And Adil, you are absolutely right. Unless and until strategy team has to always look forward and has to always ensure how do you put up your vision and what do you want to do. You can't look at day-to-day operations. You can't look at day-to-day profit and loss and day-to-day sales achievement. That's absolutely right. But what I was speaking is, a little more forward. What is the way forward for a retailer in India? Because there is a problem in retailers in India where large part of these big e-commerce companies and marketplaces and those conglomerates are trying to burn large amount of money in acquiring customers, serving them, and it's becoming a large value deal businesses which is getting driven in India. So that was a separate point. But Adil, definitely your point are very interesting. I need to come by for just take have a sometime spending with you so that I can learn a little bit more. How have you done most of those things? I'll pass it on to Subhash.
Definitely, anytime.
Well, I honestly don't have too much to add from a retail business perspective, but I can, again, from a overall corporate strategy perspective, I would say that what Adil said is absolutely right. One is that you need to have the right people looking at strategy and the right people looking at business as usual. Right. So there is verticals and there's horizontal. So you have to find your own structure to enable the right people focusing on the right things. And as a CEO, I've found over the years, even if it seems like there are 10 things to do, I have always stuck on the simplicity of what are the 3 things I'm going to achieve this year. Not 2, not 4. I just say, what are the 3 things we're going to succeed and do that very well. Next year, I can add another 3. Yeah, because otherwise what tends to happen is, as Lalit was also saying, you get distracted, you get diluted in terms of time across too many things. And you never have the money to do all of it, right?
Absolutely.
And rather than try and do 6 things at 50%, 60% success, what are the 3 things we will do very well this year? And the next stage after that is achieved, we can look at 3 other things to be brought in, right? Because I'll never have the resources or the mind space or the talent to achieve all of it at one time. So we've got to see it as an evolutionary process.
I need to interrupt here. That's what my board speaks about me and tells me. But I'm saying that because we have to fight with the startup world where those young blood actually are driving multiple things at a time and at such a large speed, how do you then compete with them? You become, you are laid back and you become too slow to compete with them. So that's the kind of competition that we are looking forward. So, I mean, that's the separate point, but yeah, that's the area. Because you definitely know, and that's what you get taught at even Harvard.
No, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, and that is always going to be there, the competitive pressure, right?
No, but the competitive pressure.
I think when you choose those 3 things to achieve.
But the point is, those 3 things are changing every month now because you have so much competitive pressure from very, very large funded organizations. And guys, I think we're going to run out of time. This is actually a fantastic debate, and maybe we should just gather sometime around just to brainstorm it with some other people, because this is actually very interesting. Because it's not just we're trying to solve a problem today that really exists, which is that brick and mortar is 95% of the country. The 5% or 3% is the e-commerce, but it's overly shadowing the overall what's happening with that. And Mr. Mathur, maybe we'll get you to make the final comments. How do you support brick and mortar? And can you even support today? I mean, is it even realistic? How do you get the brick and mortar to also be, because they are doing the hard yards, the hard miles, the building the stores in tier 2 towns. I look at Lalit, all tier 2, tier 3 towns, 370 odd stores, focusing on that. There's no distraction. But then you have very large players coming, providing similar products cheaper than that, driving cost pressures, delivery pressures, taking so your customer acquisition becomes harder and harder. Just some thoughts on how do you address? Is that even possible to address now, or is it like too late? Genie's out of the bottle. And
I think the panel has already answered that. The point I would probably want to make is, if we look at the history of organizations who have survived for more than 100 years, that's where the key lies. They focus on the core areas they do well. It's not necessary that you need to adopt all kinds of technology, which is the latest. And so the low-cost technology needs to be adopted by the brick and mortar stores, and they need to continue to cater to the segment of customers they have been looking after for last 10, 20, 50 years. So that's where the crux of the solution lies, that you don't invest too much, or even if you invest, you go for low-cost investment of technology and pick up those areas where investing technology reaps you a 60 or a 70% benefit. So that kind of a segmentation is a must. Plus, also look at the stores. If you have physical stores which are very costly to maintain, and those brick and mortar stores need to be relooked at as a strategy, whether you need to close them down and expand in some other tier 2 and tier 3 areas and bring in smaller technology there. So I think that is the leaf out of organizations which have survived for the longest in this world. And we need to take that strategy forward. There is no other way. The hard work only pays. That's what I can say. And thank you very much.
Let's hope so. And I think that's a good point. Stick to your core, whatever the core is. Core is also changing very rapidly these days. That's the problem, which Lalit pointed out too. But stick to your core, keep a strategy vision, keep technology simple. Keep it, make sure the adoption is there. Great points, Subhash, Lalit, Adil. Sorry, we've run out of time and quite a bit above it. But it's a fantastic discussion. One of the better panels I've been in for a long time, because it actually created a lot of interesting discussion rather than just Q&A. But stay safe, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. Mr. Mathur, thank you for being
Thank
there
you.
right through
Thank
the
you.
whole session, listening to all of us, and for your great comments and sort of guidance as well. So take care, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll catch
Thank
up
you.
separately. Thank you.
Have a good
Bye.
day.
Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
Guys, bye-bye.
Pankaj, over to you. Are you going to say something, or are we just going to wrap up here?
No. I would just like to thank all the panelists and the interesting conversation. And I'm sure the panelists and the audience equally enjoyed being a part of it. Thank you very much, Rajat, for moderating it so well. Special thanks to Joint Secretary, sir, Mr. Mathur, sir. Thank you very much. And all the esteemed panelists. Thank you very much. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Stay safe. Take care. Take care. Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So Pankaj, you'll introduce all the panelists?
No, I'll introduce you and then you can take it forward.
Chalo,
Just one line.
Okay.
Yeah, we are live.
Thank you, Chandan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you to this last session of our annual conference on retail, FMCG, and e-commerce mass-rise. The session Startups, Fostering Innovation and Business Growth. It may be the last session, but then, of course, it's very high on priority and one of the most important sessions of the conference. So we have very eminent panelists. And of course, the session is moderated by our co-chair himself, Mr. Devendra Chawla. I'll request him to kindly take over from here and look forward to some interesting conversation. May I please invite you, Mr. Chawla, please?
Thanks. Thank you so much, Pankaj. And I remember for FICCI Masmerize, the startup panel has always been a huge draw, and I can't think of better founders and investors who've joined us today. So let me just introduce the panel. I have Suhail Samir, who is the president and head of Bharat Pay, Mr. Raghav Chandra, who's the co-founder of Urban Company, Mr. Bhisham Bhateja, who's the co-founder of the Man Company, and Ms. Nandini Mansinka, who's the co-founder and CEO of Mumbai Angel Networks. We also were supposed to have Varun Alag, but due to some personal exigency, he won't be able to join, though I will message him if he wants to come in the middle. We'll be very happy to have him. Now, to all of you, just to set the stage, I think nothing better in the last couple of years. India's arrived on the global and Indian startup stage, and I think thanks to technology and even otherwise, I think a lot of cutting edge work is happening. And even on the stock markets, if you see the listing of finally in India may have its own fangs or whatever, the new terminology which is doing the round. And I'm sure all of you are excited. Many of you are not listed companies, and are very large right now. But there was a time when you all started up, and I think in FMCG and retail itself, technology is playing a very important part. And brands like Mama Earth or even brands like Nat Habit, going D2C and then moving from one channel to the other and becoming omni-channel. I think the whole platform play is coming in FMCG and retail also. Even in apparel, there are companies who are D2C work like Fable Street, and we will explore all the options, and especially you can add value from your own company's perspective and even otherwise as an industry. So let me start with Suhail. Samir, you've also worked in FMCG on the brand, at RPSG, and you built an FMCG brand, and now you are at Bharat Pay. So how do you think digital is driving the transformation and bringing or better organizing this industry? Especially, I want you to touch it on the MSME sector, because Bharat Pay is doing transformational work in providing loan to smaller MSME group where the big banks sometimes hesitate or don't have the wherewithal to go down to that level. So over to you, Samir.
Yeah, so I think I'm taking a bit of a digression, but I think when Bharat Pay was even started, we were clear that small businesses or kiranas, as we call them, will pay you only for two things. They don't want to pay you for SaaS, VAS, and everything else you want to call it. They will not pay you for payments, because if you tell a guy that you take your money into your bank account 2 days later and I will charge you 2% for that, he will always say, "Sir, cash mein kya bura hai?" Right? So, and I think our sort of journey started from there, and we said the kirana guy will pay you for two things. One, he will pay you if you give him credit, because the guy can use that credit to actually stock up in the store, and in the first 15-20 days, whatever his cycle may be able to sell that inventory and make money. And the second thing which the guy will pay you for, if you send him incremental customers to his stores, right? So I think these are sort of the two challenges of a small kirana, which I think digital is sort of now going head on and solving for that, right? So we started with credit. I think a lot of people, including like companies like Dukaan, have started solving for how to take these small shopkeepers online and allow them to sort of reach out to incremental customers. And that's something sort of we are also toying with and sort of bringing to the merchant. I think it's incredibly great for the life of the merchant, but I think if I put it in the wider context, it's also great for the FMCG industry and for the new brands which come in, right? Historically, whenever a shopkeeper is credit starved or he does not have access to new customers, the first thing which he will cut from his store is sort of new brands, right? Because everyone will come for a Pepsi, everyone will come for a Lay's. But if he has to carry a wider assortment, he needs that much more capital and he needs that many more customers walking into the store. And I think that's sort of, at least in the small shopkeeper and therefore for the FMCG, FMCD industry, that's where sort of digital is driving most disruption by both enabling the guy to carry a much wider assortment and by helping him to compete with sort of the likes of a e-commerce or a modern trade by driving customers to his store.
No, fantastic. Absolutely, and I'll come back to this again, and Sohail, and let me move to Raghav, who's the co-founder of Urban Company. So Raghav, you must have been one of the biggest beneficiary of work from home, because the services needed at home must have skyrocketed, and from all categories and from all businesses. And I'm sure you have a lot of small medium enterprise, including, I'm sure, services which use FMCG products, at least at home, as services. So what makes so one, I want to ask you, what makes the customer sticky to your services? And two, what is the, let's say, the pandemic and how do you see the transition post pandemic of these services? Like digital, we've been talking that what would have happened in 5 years has happened in 1 year. People have leapfrogged into technology. What is your take in your industry? Will it go back? Will people go out and then use the services outside, or will it continue? So answer both of them on this one. Over to you, Raghav.
Sure. I think first, important to establish why stickiness is important. I'm hoping this is more or less obvious to everyone, but I think sometimes as entrepreneurs and in all the hustle of company building, you kind of miss the essence of why you're building things. And stickiness is a super important measure in, are you building your companies well? I mean, that's the only way to know if you've built a product which is worthy enough to attract customers and keep them there, right? So I think, and I mean, it could be measured in retention cohorts. People would use NPS to measure, how likely would customers be to stick. I think stickiness is super important. I think for us, I would say three things have been very core to building a differentiated 10x offering to the alternate or the offline world. In our case, in the services sector, quality is probably the most supreme of the levers. You're spending time with an individual who's kind of working about with his skill set, and it's very important to get the quality right. That's like 90% of what goes into delivering a fantastic service experience. And I think we've gone to really, really far off lengths to get this cracking. Like, for example, we started training our partners really, really early on. So, one is, people assume that we do a good job at selection. Yes, but over the years, we've also actually gone hardcore into training. Every category, every city we have would have trainers, would have training centers. Pretty fascinating, I would say. I think the second piece has been the promise of on time. We all remember our younger childhood days of plumber bulana hai, abhi you'll tell your guard who's going to tell a friend, and then the plumber is going to come, and aaj bola hai to matlab 2 din mein to aa hi jayega, right? Which is a very sour customer experience, a completely broken promise, and I think something which services has been notoriously famous for or infamous for. So I think that's been something as a promise which we've cracked really well, and then just the ability to send someone at home and that someone be on time on the same day is a massive, massive delight. Our bathroom faucets are not going to wait for the plumber to show up; they will break when they wake. So I think that's been the second one. And I think third thing, which starts to break more and more with scale, and it makes services sector much harder in that sense, is just consistency and predictability. You're dealing with end of the day humans and skills, and as you scale, it's very important to make sure every experience is equally consistent and predictable and awesome. Right, and I think we've been able to pull some of that well as we've scaled through. So yeah, I think these have been the three big levers we've been able to pull to get that differentiator going for us. On the second bit, which is how has the pandemic shaped, what does the future look like? I think like most businesses, we also kind of hit rock bottom, and different categories opened up and had to go through the dance of lockdown logistics and stuff. But by and large, yes, I think what lockdown did was two things. It induced a certain amount of trials to consumers who otherwise would not have tried, at-home services. Right, the peripheral, the fringe hitters who would have probably taken years to open up to the idea. It just forced induced them, and I think that was good. Now that bit might not last forever, right? So as hopefully life starts to get back to more normalcy, I think that lever is going to slowly start to dilute, as people will get more familiar with going out. The other thing which the lockdown did was it basically pushed everyone to treat quality and safety with a lot more respect. Right, so in the spectrum of things which consumers want, if those ranked at a certain place, that they certainly took the lion's share in terms of what consumers appreciated, right? So specifically I would say safety. Now that tends to benefit any organized and a quality inducing player a lot more. All right, so I think we saw that shift, and I do think that is only going to continue to happen, where consumers would value safety in terms of any product or service delivery. They will want that as a hygiene and not as a premium. So yeah, I think these are the two things. One hopefully should live forever. Second one probably is going to get diluted as people get more familiar with the openness of pre-lockdown life.
Fantastic, and I'm sure there's a long way to go. So let me come to Bhisham. So Bhisham, now this is a disruption in a male grooming space, and how did you come about to disrupt such a holy cow space where hardly new entrants like you see very rarely once in a while? And what is your advice as a second part to other entrepreneurs or startup people who want to be in this space? How do you disrupt this place? What would be your message for them?
Okay, so for us, when we started, as you said, it's a wide space, open space. So all the traditional brands, whatever brands you can say, Imami or HUL or PNG. So whatever women products they were selling, they started targeting men through a Pond's for men or Garnier for men variant. So we realized that none of the brands are talking to men specifically in the language and the color and the sensorials they want. So there was a huge gap, and we thought that that's the biggest factor, that men is not aligned or attracted to this category at all, personal care. They're using products what women of the house is getting, be wife, mother, sister, partner, and they're using those products. Like, kuch farak nahi padta, we can use whatever it's there in the bathroom. But and we went little deep, and we found out that because nobody is talking to men, everybody's talking to women, and men is chalo ye thode se log hain, ye bhi inko bhi de dete hain, bech lete hain, nहा lenge. This was the attitude of all the brands. So that's where we found out a big gap, and we thought, okay, let's do something. Let's make products for the men with the colors they like. Let's talk to them in the language, and let's make a brand which is very clear. That's why the Man company took us a lot of time to finalize on the brand name and the domain name, etc., etc. So this was the thought that nobody's talking to the men. So let's make a product for men so that they actually think, okay, this is ours. ये मेरा बंदा है. इससे बात करते हैं. We should talk to him. We should take his advice, what he's saying, because he knows his stuff. If Garnier for men starts talking or guiding men something, they'll say the women brand. So that was one of the key factors when we started the thought process for the Man Company. And yeah, that's how we launched Man Company. And yes, there is some difference in the male skin and the female skin. So those factors also we kept in mind while formulating our products. So this is the first part, answer for the first part of the question. And second part, I would say that my advice would be that whatever category you are in, this is a very golden period for all of us to come up with new brands which have some differentiating factor. Because of this due to D2C or the internet world, we can actually grow very fast. We can reach to the customers directly, either through your own site or Amazons of the world. So my advice would be that we should, if we have a product differentiation, it could be any differentiation, but it should be a valid differentiation. That suddenly somebody come up that I'll make wafers which is with sugar. So this is not a differentiation. It should be a problem of a customer that which is a valid problem. If you are solving with a differentiated product, this is a golden period for anybody. And if we launch a product with a differentiated feature, there is a very high probability for the success.
Fantastic, Bhisham. And as you started, on a lighter note, it came to my mind that Newton's law, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Now as more women join the workforce, and rightfully so, and, there's more equality out there, I think men getting into kitchen and cooking and getting back into what traditionally used to be women's domain. And now when you started saying nobody's talking to the men, wow, like in our world, people not talking to the men is something you don't hear. But that's great. I think going forward, I think it should be equal at all levels. Fantastic. So let me come to you, Nandini. Now, I'm sure including all the panelists and many professionals nowadays, there's this massive trend of angel investments, and there are a lot of platforms like Let's Venture and your Mumbai Angels and so many more. And nowadays, when people catch up senior professionals, it's quite a fashionable thing to ask which startup have you invested in. And I think that's a golden period, and it's not going to end anytime soon. In fact, they say that India's market cap to GDP would get actually catapulted by more and more companies which will get listed. So what is it that angels should look for? You, in your experience, you've seen the match of investors and on the other side companies, startups. You would have seen so many of them. So what is your experience? From your experience, what can you tell that what should investors look at while investing in startups? And even the other way, what should startups do to position themselves well to investors, whether angels or whatever seed round or whatever? What is your take?
Thank you, Devinder. So, see, at the onset, I think the point that you made on saying India's economy is now going to get driven by startups, right? It's bang on. So, what we look at is, and what we believe is that the 10 trillion economy that India is building is going to be built 50% by companies that are not even born today. So, once we start operating from there, is when we understand what is the full opportunity of what we are looking at. So, and that's the first part. The second part is that when we say startup, in what has happened is that it has taken a huge spectrum of what a startup is. So, you would also at some point call Bharat Pay a startup. It's not a startup, it's a giant in the world that we live in, right? Where we operate, as we and several of our peers, is when a company has actually just sprouted. So we are what we call absolutely early stage venture investing, and that is the older term for that is angel investing. So angel investing at one point I would call angel investing, say 10 years back. Today it is about saying early stage venture, the same spectrum of a startup. When do you come in as an individual investor? Is when the company is looking to raise anywhere between, pre-$1 million. Because that's the time when you can actually walk in as an individual and get a toehold early into this ecosystem. So that's the whole piece. What we are wanting to build is to say, come in early, put money there, and we actually go out there and say, it is now coming to a place where it is becoming a mainstream asset class. So I actually go out there, to your question on saying what should angel investors look for? It's not just angel investors. We are saying anybody with any size of a portfolio should start saying that I'm going to put about 5%, not too much because this is not your main business, up to 5% of my assets allocated in companies which are absolutely early stage. So that's the first thing. So whether you have 1 crore to invest or whether you have 1,000 crores, 5% needs to go in this asset class. That's number one. The second thing that's happening is I actually think we are doing a disservice by announcing these unicorns on a daily basis. Yeah, because I actually think that takes away from the hard work that lakhs and lakhs of entrepreneurs are doing in building solid businesses ground up. Because every time you see one company going unicorn and saying, oh, listed, everybody else starts saying, oh, am I building fast enough? Fast enough is not important. Solid enough is important. So the flip side of that is that, a lot of angel investors, and I actually get worried when there is a bubble in the market. There is a bubble right now. And when do you start seeing a bubble? When people who don't understand the asset class start cutting checks. So I actually get worried, when people join us and say, oh, I like this company, I will put 1 crore. We say, don't do it. This is nobody today can actually stand there and say, I know this company will become a unicorn. The minute you get into this as a unicorn hunting, you're going to lose money. You have to look at it like any other asset class, build a portfolio. And, each one of us have read this thing on saying it's of say 10 companies, 3 will die, 3 will do really well, 3 will, just cruise along. It works, but it doesn't work at 10. It starts working at a 30 companies. So everybody who's trying to get into this asset class has to have the mental bandwidth and strength to say, I'm going to build a portfolio of minimum 30, and your probability of doing, getting a better IRR on your investment is going to improve as that number goes from 30 to 40 to 50 to 60. That is the game. So to an angel investor, that's my first advice to anybody who's coming into this asset class. Build a portfolio, don't go unicorn hunting, and have the patience. You will have to block money for at least 3 to 4 years. Once this is done in a systematic way, I'm going to put my neck out there and say that this asset class gives anywhere between 25 to 30% IRR on a long-term basis. And, we are talking this not just by, a gut feel or because some companies. I'm talking of this from our own portfolio and our own experience for 15 years. So, and we've seen 2 downturns, so we've seen the bubbles and we've seen downturns. Together, it will give you a 25 to 30% IRR. But like I said, with the caveat of not going unicorn hunting, building a large enough portfolio and investing in a very, very systematic way. So that's the one big thing that, we are talking, whether you're an individual investor or you're a family office, you have to approach it like this. So, I almost say that, if you have the asset spectrum, at one end, you'll put 5% in gold. The other end is early stage venture. And then you can do whatever else you want in between. So,
Nandini, and if I may come in, there's financial planners, they always say that if you're young, put more in equity, when you're old, put more in debt, and, and as the age grows. But yet to hear that while gold and debt and real estate and, equity investing in stock market makes a cut, yet to see mainstream financial planners, advising put 5-10% in startup. And I'm sure that they will come soon too. And I just want to make 2 observations on what you said. We just don't hear of any valuation of less than $1 million ever nowadays. It must have been 10-15 years back. Now you only have 5 million, 10 million, even 20 million, even at whether you call it seed round, early stage, when whatever, And on Bharat Pay, we must make distinction. The valuation as a unicorn, they must have gone into billions of dollars. But as a company, I think it's still a start. I think the runway is so ahead that I will still see Bharat Pay as a startup. It's just started recently and it's got a long way to go in the category it is creating. But I agree. If you see from a valuation point of view, then yeah, it's a giant already. So it all depends what lens you use. So, and I'll come to you, Nandini, later. So back to you, Suhail. Now you've worked with McKinsey, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of industries, and I know that you are an angel investor in many, many, many companies. Uh, some I've heard, some I don't know, but this one is for you, and you're also now in one of them. So, what are the new business themes which are emerging at the point of sale, and what do you see the future of this whole Indian startup ecosystem? And specifically, while we all do know about the startup ecosystem, I want you to pinpoint some of the categories where you believe startups can make an impact, whether any industry it may be. Your take on that.
Yeah.
Suhail.
So I think point of sale is becoming very interesting every day, right? I like, and I'm sure Nandini will know more, but I see at least one startup every day which is trying to disrupt something on that space, right? Whether it is in the form of credit, in the form of buy now, pay later, where you give credit to the consumer, whether it is in SaaS, VAS to the shopkeeper, including of the likes of Khata and OK Credit, whether it is in the form of sort of various versions of B2B commerce, everything from a Udaan to a Meesho to and multiple avatars of them, right? So and it's actually great. I think for the first time, I feel happy for a shopkeeper. He has choice, right? So and I think at least to us, there are a couple of businesses which sort of have a solid leg here, right? So I think if buy now, pay later is done well, it can be a huge, huge business. I think the challenge on buy now, pay later tends to be how do you underwrite a consumer who you know very little about. But that's for the fintech to solve. And there is now tons of enough alternate data available on that space. I like that product because it's actually quite synergistic to the full ecosystem, right? Because it enables you to buy on credit, it drives purchase, it drives therefore sort of brand sales and salience. It helps the shopkeeper grow, right? So, and hopefully it helps the fintech grow if it does well. So I think that's sort of one thing which I am very excited about. I am sort of very excited about what we will typically call small retailers to whom brands don't go direct, and sort of direct distribution, HUL type companies, even with such might in distribution, will sort of ignore these shopkeepers and target them through wholesalers or not target them at all. I think a lot of B2B commerce companies which are getting built on that side are actually doing massive service for both consumers and for retailers, right? And I do believe if that model is sort of done well, it's sort of very, very scalable. I think that's sort of the second piece I find very exciting. And I will not spend too much time on DTC. We've taken that topic to death. Everyone knows it's sort of the big theme right now. I think the last theme, which I've been getting increasingly excited by these days, is everything around social commerce or creator economy, as I more widely call it, right? So, which is I being sort of a small creator, whether I'm making a product or I'm making a service, going actually direct to consumer versus relying on a platform. And it not only allows sort of bit more democratization of manufacturing, which is sort of always controlled by a few brands, but also creates multiple other parts of the ecosystem come alive, right? And creates multiple other opportunities in the ecosystem. Everything from fan economy on how fans engage with sort of influencers, your standard influencer marketing companies, as well as sort of wider taking sort of some of the offline retailers to online, right? So I think these are the three areas which at least excite me most. Sort of buy now, pay later, sort of B2B commerce done for the next tier of retailers, not necessarily where brands are going direct, and sort of creator/social commerce. So I think that is where I believe we will see many interesting companies built. Again, I'm not going to get into valuation. I mean, solid businesses getting built. Hopefully, if they do it well enough or long enough, valuations will follow.
So Sohail, let me ask you a quick one on this one, that for all the D2C brands, there are so many D2C brands now, and customer acquisition cost or the digital marketing cost, and thus overall the unit economic cost.
Yeah.
And like the one you said, smaller people who are, let's say, doing something bespoke, creating something, and they don't have the wherewithal to be, while they may have an Insta page, but they don't have the wherewithal to really reach people versus the very large D2C company.
Yeah.
So how come there is no aggregator, or is there any which comes to your mind which is only there, or a platform which can bring these D2C as one platform? Otherwise, as a consumer, I'm asking you, how would you end up knowing if there are hundreds of D2C players and which one you want to buy? So what is your take on this space?
So I think some people did try it through video commerce, right? So SimSim, Bulbul, and like Ek and Ek. I think that was sort of the objective. I think at least that was the stated objective. I do believe they've sort of done massive disservice to what they were initially starting to build out, and went chasing GMV and sort of valuations, and sort of lost the original premise. But having said that, there are multiple other platforms which are sort of coming up, which are exactly doing this, right? Which is, we are platform for small niche D2C brands to talk directly to the consumer and showcase the product in a very different format as compared to what you will see on Amazon, right? Amazon, you search a single product, you get 50 things and only price and nothing else, unless you go through glory levels of depth, right? So I think there are sort of lots of platforms building this. Having said that, I think what a lot of people are realizing is platforms don't necessarily work from a long-term point of view. They are great for initial sales, but unless you own your consumer, there is very difficult to create long-term value, repeat sales, and you don't even know what is selling and what is not selling, not in the terms of product, but who is buying. Raghav is buying this product 3 times a month. Unless I have sort of access to that information, I can't do anything about it, right? So, and therefore, I think a lot of people are still, a lot of young, sort of bright, and I will say stupidly optimistic founders, which I like about founders a lot, are actually saying, I am going to build it myself. I don't care if it takes a year, it takes 2 years. I'm going to build this going direct, whether on my Instagram page, whether on other social media, and then build it through word of mouth, and build it through influencers, and build it through sort of consumer speak, right? Consumers being, I think influencer marketing one day will become consumer marketing, right? Because people will also say, yaar, influencer bhi to paid hi hai na. So I think a lot of guys are sort of taking that path, and I actually really like that path. It may not be a path to a unicorn in 3 years, but it's sort of a path to build a long-term sustainable business where you have huge repeats, and therefore you are no longer worried even if your CAC is like $1,000.
Fantastic. Okay, Raghav, let me quickly ask you something a little reverse. Couple of years, 10, 15 years back, when I used to go to the US, I used to see these nail art stores, when you go out and make your nails. And I used to think women do it at home. But hey, people make the time to go out. Wow, nail art must be so important. And now it started in India as well. So you see some of the services which were at home, including, let's say, making gravies, now you have delivered them from outside. So some services now are coming from outside in, right? And some are going from inside out. How do you see the consumer behavior changing in these consumption of services?
India has not been a very big nails market yet, but I think that trend's going to change given just a much bigger middle tier economy and stuff like that. I think some of those have been left to the premium audiences, and especially that's why it becomes a very big thing outside. वो trend change होएगा, like nails is a great example, but I think by and large it's at home itself is not necessarily a vector of differentiator for everything. Some things So I would look at the differentiator vectors are kind of limited in my opinion. There are only 4 vectors any company could ever differentiate anything on. You have pricing, and pricing does not mean discounts. Pricing means you have value engineered price to be cheaper at your cost structure. Hence, you can offer a more differentiated price structure. Quality. I think quality should be differentiating vector for pretty much all businesses. A lot more important than services, and something I think quality differentiation is going to matter a lot more in a country like ours, where the consumers the consumer itself is morphing, right? It's entering from a lower income pyramid to a higher income, so some of this starts to matter. Third vector would be convenience. So some consumers would be very, very heavy on the convenience vector. So at home is a convenience vector, which works really well for services, right? So any working population, working household, people with kids, married, really love the at home promise, right? But it will fail when someone's looking for a luxury experience, which would require a different kind of an experience to be carved out. I think even convenience is only going to increase. Convenience, I think so far we've only looked at, when we look at tier 1, we look at working men, working women, a busy household. I think that's not just a tier 1 problem statement anymore. We are seeing this across all the cities, and this is only going to increase. And the fourth vector is the selection. So for example, in any e-commerce, they benefit with the wide breadth and variety because they don't need everything to be inventory and in-house and in a retail outlet. Right. So for us, selection is more of curation. So like an urban company won't be differentiating in terms of the breadth of selection, but we'll be differentiating in terms of curation of selection, because then we can play on a curated list of selection with a very, very high bar on quality. So I think these are the 4 vectors which apply to all industry, including ours, including product. And I think by and large, anyone trying to build a company has to come from differentiating in at least one of these vectors 10x from the counterpart. And personally, I'm not a very big supporter of any kind of trend, because trends change over time, right? And you could be a trendsetter, trend follower, all of those, industries will go through ups and downs. I think I really like very first principle way of company building. Don't look at valuations and money held and all of that. Just, purest, create value, create something which is differentiated if the timing is right. And most likely timing would be right if you put in some math in understanding the sector and macroeconomics. You're 100% going to create something which is going to pick up and grow. If I think if people start to worry about other things, it tends to really derail the evolution journey of a company, right? When people start to discuss shop, dhanda, trend, you're going away from what you're building into what everyone else is building, and then there's no differentiator left. Then it's just an arbitrage play at some level. You're beating the trend. It's only a short-term thing. So yeah, that's my take on
fantastic.
where the market will head.
Yeah, agree. Build the business, stay to the core, and don't look at valuation. They will of course follow. So now, being very mindful of time, I'm going to ask Bhisham and Nandini one question. But my request is, we'll make it quick because I'm getting a lot of questions, and they are to all of you only, lest we miss them. So Bhisham, now a lot of FMCG companies in pandemic, and even just before that, when when Patanjali came, there was this back to the roots, and Ayurveda is anyway core. So, companies launched Ayurveda toothpaste, and some of the MNCs also launched Ayurveda products and, organic, natural. What is your take in the category in which you are? Are there any trends you are seeing?
Yeah, so we see a lot of trends. People are moving back to their roots. So, and why it is because of this digital consumption is high. I see nowadays the consumers are very mature, they're very educated in terms of what they're consuming, the kind of ingredients they want, the kind of harmful effects few ingredients have which they don't want. So yes, consumers are by far more mature now in terms of knowledge about the product, what they want exactly, and they study a lot. It's not that when we take a medicine we are studying on Google, but I think people are, when they are using a face wash, they want to know what's inside there. So yes, people want to know the ingredients. People want to go back to the basics where we started. For example, we had some insight that charcoal is good for cleansing purpose. and charcoal, and we started experimented with one product, and you'll not believe I have 6 products in charcoal, which is the best cleansing agent in the world. Like traditionally people used to wash utensils with charcoal, and now we are using on our body, and it is there. We have 6 product out of that. 4 are my hero products. People really want to go back to the basics, natural product per se, because they know that there are no harmful effects of these products, ingredients at least. So yes, people are knowledgeable and they want to, before buying, they want to know everything about the product.
Fantastic, great. Nandini, last one to you. There's a lot of startups need support function like CRM, HR, legal, and I know one company, and I'm sure there are many. One called Zelpmock, which does you can do the tech part. They'll come in either for a stake or some. They'll take over the tech and develop the product with you. But how? What do you see the initiatives in this space happening to support the ecosystem? So the entrepreneur can focus on the core idea. And what about these services? Do you see any development in Indian ecosystem of this?
So, it's very interesting that you asked me this, because we ourselves have just launched something 2-3 days back. So we've launched something called Multiplier. So it's our answer to what you just said, that when somebody looks for money at the very early stage, we see that a lot of founders don't understand basics. So one is mostly it's just 2 to 10 people company, and everybody's trying to do everything. And then there are these very, very critical components like finance, legal, branding, marketing, hiring talent, hiring co-founders, CRM, SaaS, everything. So what we, as a network, we have anyway been able to solve that problem, I would say about 20-30%, just because of our wide range of members who invest. So what happens is that when as a network, say 10 people invest in a company, chances are 2 or 3 of them will be able to work with you in some capacity to be able to answer some questions. But completely to your point, we need a support system. If, a mothership, if you may call it, which when somebody who's at an early stage venture comes in and takes money, they are not just looking for money, they're looking for money plus. So we are trying to build that, and let's see, how that grows. So where we are saying that come in, build your own core business, and here are our curated partners who can offer you all these other things that can come. But absolutely, I think that is super critical to build these. The challenge that you have for any company that's trying to do this on a standalone basis is that I think people run out of patience doing that, because there's no upfront money. The startups can't pay you anything, so they'll pay you in equity and sweat equity, and that will take its own 5 years to give you any ROI. So I don't know if a standalone company can survive in doing something like this, but platforms like ours need to give that money plus for sure. So we are trying to do that in our own way, but I do think a lot of this will come up.
Fantastic. So Pankaj, I'm going to take 2-3 minutes. I know it's 4 o'clock. I have 1 or 2 questions, but one rapid fire question round, and this one is out of syllabus. So all of you, of course, Peter Thiel and the book 0 to 1, and so 1 second each. Which is your favorite startup? Which you see as 0 to 1 did something great? It could be Indian startup or even international. Whom do we start with? Come on, guys. You're getting enough seconds to think. Suhail, from you.
I think my favorite company continues to be Mamaearth. I think what they have done in DTC and for the industry is great.
Yeah, we missed Varun today being with all of us. Bhisham, your take.
For me, I think in pandemic, I realized Urban Company is one of the good ideas.
Oh, not bad, huh? He's here. Oh, fantastic. That's a tribute.
I am one of the customers they acquired during COVID. Pre-COVID, I never used any of their services, but
not
COVID,
bad. Validation.
Loyal customer.
So Raghav, no quid pro quid, huh? No, you can't say the man company, okay? So no, you scratch my back. Raghav, yours.
I would say that I'm a regular user of the Man company, and that's my morning routine every morning.
This is match fixing. Anyway, good.
But no startup. But I would say the most learnings for me is the evergreen green Amazon in terms of any books or Gyan. That's a very well documented company, covers all cycles. That continues to be my go-to learning inspiration org.
Yes, it is day zero for all of you. Yeah, Nandini, yours.
Amazon, anytime.
Oh, wow,
And you
day
know why?
zero. Again.
I'll tell you why. I think I just love the way Jeff Bezos started it. And he actually said, I want to do a space company, but nobody's going to pay me money for that. So let me
And
build.
some of your panelists just may turn out to be one of them. So fantastic. We'll remember this day. So now I have two questions, and you guys please keep it very, very short. One is to you, Bhisham, is from Miss Rizvi. She is very keen to know, how did the idea of your startup come? Can you please tell us about your journey? Now, I know that can be a very long answer. Please keep it short. Over to you.
Okay, so as I said earlier, we found that gap. That men, as personally also, we felt that we don't have products for men personal care products. Whatever we are using are from a brand which is women first. So that's where we thought that we should come up with products, a men centric brand for personal care products.
Okay, fantastic. Now there's one. Any one of you can take it. This is from Arjit Singla, and I'll make it the last one from Ludhiana. Arjit asks, panel, can you give advice to students looking for entrepreneurial opportunities? Now, I know it's too wide a question, but whatever is your advice to students looking for entrepreneurial opportunities, what would you advise?
They should intern with startups. They should intern with startups.
Intern with startup, Nandini. Anything from you? Suhail, one line, what advice?
I actually have a slightly counter view. I would say intern with startup is a great idea, of course, but I would always want sort of founders to have a couple of years of grounding in a bit more established company, not necessarily very, very large where they get lost, but sort of a mid-sized company so that they understand the basics of how business is done. Because I see a lot of founders which tend to have bright ideas, but sort of struggle as soon as the company crosses the 0.1 mile, right? So, and they can't build teams, they can't sort of find talent, they can't sort of grapple with all the things which Nandini spoke about. And a lot of great ideas sort of go to waste. I would sort of say get some grounding if you can along the way, intern with some founders, talk to few founders and like sort of learn from their journey before you sort of are ready to jump into your own.
Fantastic. Yeah, I agree with you. The 1 to 100 sounds like people take it for granted but I think you're right. Scaling up has been a big challenge. Raghav, Bhisham, any advice from you?
Yeah, very quick one. If someone's looking to be an entrepreneur, probably the worst group to ask, all scaled up. I think you have to go to the basics. You have to fall in love first, take a notebook, travel the country around, uh, have internship stints in some mainstream industries. I mean, you have to basically find a problem that you love. And that's the passion. And you need a lot of passion to start the journey. It can't be paper math. ये बड़ा space लग रहा है jump कर रही है. No space on paper looks big when you actually start. It all is super competitive and stuff. So find your love first.
Fantastic. Bhisham, the last word to you.
Yeah, I would say, as Raghav said, find a real problem and then look for a solution for that. It should not be that I have a solution then looking for a problem. A lot of people do that. And secondly, entrepreneurship, when you have a real problem, then go for a solution. Like there's a lot of hype right now. There's a lot of unicorns. People are making a lot of money. You should not have a startup because I want to make a unicorn company or something like that. You should, it's a real problem. I want to solve it. That's why you get into entrepreneurship.
Absolutely fantastic, and I can't agree more. Great. So I think we are over 5 minutes already. I'll have to end. So thank you so much, Raghav, Nandini, Suhail, and Bhisham. I think some really good words, and personally for me, very good to interact with all of you. Great, and we'll be in touch. Pankaj, over to you. Back to Fiki. Oh, and if Vicky does not take over, why don't I'm happy we can end the session here. I'm sure there'll be a separate login for the next session. So thank you guys. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
एकात्मानुवाद के महामानव है, आज उनका जन्म जयंती है और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो सेवा और समर्पण पार्टी ने पक्ष बनाया है, तो उस अवसर पर मैं पटना में आज कार्यक्रम में यहाँ उपस्थित था। तो आज के इस दिन में मैं आप सबको बधाई भी देता हूँ और सेवा और समर्पण के भाव से हम इस देश को आगे बढ़ाएं। प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो आह्वान है उस बात को हम आगे भी देश की सेवा में अपने आप को लगाते रहेंगे। आज के कार्यक्रम में वहाँ उपस्थित था श्री अमिताभ कांत जी जो सीईओ है नीति आयोग भारत सरकार के, श्री मधुसूदन गोपाल जी जो सीईओ और एमडी है पीएनजी तथा एफएमसीजी कमेटी के फिक्की के प्रमुख हैं श्री मधुसूदन गोपालन जी, श्री अरविंद देवी रत्ता जो सीईओ और एमडी है मेट्रो गैस और कैरी इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के, और श्री दिलीप चिराय जी सेक्रेटरी जनरल फिक्की तथा फिक्की के अन्य पदाधिकारीगण और सज्जनों, मीडिया के मेरे सभी भाइयों और बहनों, आज मुझे आप सबको संबोधित करते हुए हर्ष हो रहा है। मैं पाटलिपुत्र की धरती बिहार से आपको नमस्कार कर रहा हूँ और मैं अपनी बात को यहीं से ऑनलाइन आपको कह रहा हूँ। मैं आज के डिजिटल एफएमसीजी और ई कॉमर्स सेक्टर के लिए की 11वीं गोष्ठी पर हम लोग विचार विमर्श कर रहे हैं। आज का जो यह परिसंवाद है, सेमिनार है, उस विषय से जुड़ा है जिसमें देश का हर व्यक्ति छोटा हो या बड़ा, धनी हो निर्धन, इस विषय से संबंधित है। पूरे देश की जनता, देश की जनसंख्या का विषयों से सीधा संबंध है। पिछले 2 वर्ष हमारे लिए, जनता के लिए, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए, व्यवसायिक प्रतिष्ठानों के लिए या क्यों कहें कि पूरे विश्व के लिए बड़े ही संकटपूर्ण रहे हैं। ये वैश्विक महामारी के कारण, कोविड की वैश्विक महामारी ने सब लोगों का कमर तोड़ करके रख दिया था, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं। और हमारा देश हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमने विश्व में आम लोगों की रक्षा के लिए, कोविड की समाप्ति के लिए आज टीकाकरण का भी आविष्कार करके सबसे ज्यादा टीकाकरण का काम भारत में हो रहा है। विश्व में एक महाअभियान टीकाकरण का, एक दिन में 2.5 करोड़ तक भी हमने टीकाकरण किया। ये हमारे वैज्ञानिकों का और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत बड़ा वरदान है। एक कवच बन करके लोगों की रक्षा कर रहे हैं। हमारे देश की कार्य प्रणाली को, कल्चर को बदल दिया इस कोविड महामारी ने। परंतु माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में उनके मूल मंत्र सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास और सबका विश्वास, अगर बहुत कुछ सीमा तक कोविड-19 को नियंत्रित करने में हम सफल रहे। हमने कोविड-19 एवं अर्थव्यवस्था दोनों में तेज गति से रिकवरी की है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने की दिशा में लॉकडाउन से, दूसरे प्रतिबंधों से अब हमने छूट भी पा ली है। हमारे देश की अर्थव्यवस्था की कार्य प्रणाली पुराने ट्रैक पर जो आ गई है और अर्थव्यवस्था में तेजी से वृद्धि हो रही है। हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के उस प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने का आह्वान किया है, हम उस दिशा में संकल्प से सिद्धि की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसको पार पाने में हमारी सरकार और उद्योग जगत ने मिलकर काम किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में वित्त मंत्रालय द्वारा 30 लाख करोड़ का राहत पैकेज दिया गया। यह हमारे कुल जीडीपी का 10% है, जबकि 20 लाख एवं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था होने के बाद भी अमेरिका ने अपने कुल जीडीपी का 13% राहत के लिए घोषित किया है। इन सब प्रयासों से अर्थव्यवस्था भारत की पटरी पर लौट आई है। अगस्त महीने का हमारा जीएसटी कलेक्शन जो 1,12,000 करोड़ रुपया था, यह राशि अगस्त की तुलना में 30% की वृद्धि हुई है। भारत सरकार ने न केवल अर्थव्यवस्था में रिकवरी के लिए उपाय किए हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसी पहल भी की है कि भारत वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था का हब बने। हम वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के हब बन रहे हैं। आचार्य चाणक्य ने लिखा था, मैं चाणक्य की धरती से बोल रहा हूँ, पाटलिपुत्र की, ये मगध चाणक्य और चंद्रगुप्त का रहा है। चाणक्य ने लिखा था, कोस पूर्व दंडा। यह कथन वैसे तो आचार्य चाणक्य ने राष्ट्र के संबंध में लिखा था। आज राष्ट्र की आय का प्रमुख स्रोत कंपनियों द्वारा दिया गया कर है। ई कॉमर्स के बढ़ते प्रभाव से आज दुनिया वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की धारणा को साकार कर रही है। इसलिए भारत की ये सारी कंपनियां, चाहे वे FMCG या रिटेल अथवा कोई और, प्रोडक्ट की जो गुणवत्ता है, ग्राहक की रुचि एवं आवश्यकता के अनुरूप बनाकर भारत के $400 बिलियन के लक्ष्य को पूरा करना है। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो $5 बिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था के सपने को कार्यक्रम देने के लिए, कार्यरूप देने के लिए हमको कार्य करना है। तो $5 ट्रिलियन का जो कल्पना है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, हमें उसकी वैसी अर्थव्यवस्था को हमें आगे बढ़ाना है। जो जगत के लिए जो भी हितकर था, हमने वह सारे कार्य किए। हमने रेगुलेटरी लेवल पर भी प्रयास किया, सुधार भी किया। जहाँ विधान की आवश्यकता थी, नियम कानून बनाने की आवश्यकता थी, हमारी सरकार ने वह काम किया और इसका परिणाम दिखाई पड़ रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने 2014 में उन्होंने सत्ता संभाली थी, बिजनेस में भारत का 142वां स्थान था। 2020 में हम 63 रैंक पर, 63 रैंक पर आ गए। ये हमारे लिए गौरव की बात है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत का नारा दिया और उसके लिए सरकार पूरी तरह से काम कर रही है। हमने अभी हाल ही में निवेश को तथा बिजनेस के लिए नेशनल सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम लागू किया है। इससे स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंडअप इंडिया जैसी योजनाओं को राजदूत देने में बड़ी सहायता मिलेगी। एंटरप्रेन्योर बहुत अधिक लाभान्वित हो। भारत सरकार का यह भी प्रयास है कि देश का उपभोक्ता जगत उपभोक्ता हो, उसकी चॉइस की सभी सूचनाएं उसको समय मिले, सही मूल्य पर मिले, प्रतिस्पर्धात्मक मूल्य पर मिले, तथा उसकी समस्याओं का निराकरण एक समय सीमा में। हमारी सरकार ने जो भी आर्थिक नीतियां बनाई है, जो भी सुधार किए हैं, उससे उद्योग को तो लाभ हो ही रहा है। एक उपभोक्तावाद की संस्कृति भी विकसित हुई है। FMCG सेक्टर को, रिटेल सेक्टर को बहुत ही लाभ होगा। डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी आज शहरों तथा सीमित पर हटकर भारत के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में भी उपलब्ध है। इससे ई कॉमर्स एवं ब्रांड की पहुंच भारत के छोटे छोटे गांव पंचायत तक हो गई है। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप ई कॉमर्स के क्षेत्र में आशा से अधिक वृद्धि की संभावना है। 2014 में ई कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्री का भारत में व्यापार लगभग $14 करोड़ बिलियन था। तो 2020 में बढ़कर $64 करोड़ बिलियन हो गया। जहाँ 14 में हम $14 करोड़ बिलियन पर थे, वहाँ 2020 में आज लगभग 4 गुना से भी ज्यादा हम बढ़ रहे हैं। साथ ही आशा की जा रही है कि 4% की दर से बढ़ते हुए 2027 तक यह व्यापार $200 करोड़ बिलियन हो जाएगा। इससे इंडस्ट्री को भी और उपभोक्ता दोनों भी लाभान्वित हो। आप सबने उद्योग जगत और उपभोक्ता जगत दोनों के हित के लिए इस तरह के कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया है। इसके लिए आप सबको मैं साधुवाद देता हूँ और उपभोक्ता जगाओ और देश के अंदर उपभोक्ताओं को भी उनके अधिकार की रक्षा हो और साथ साथ उद्योग भी हमारे फले फूले। इसी शुभकामना के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मां कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। सभी सुखी हो, सभी आरोग्य रहे। सभी भद्र हो और सभी एक दूसरे की पीड़ा को अपनी पीड़ा समझ करके इस मानवता की सेवा में लगे रहे। यही मानव सेवा होगा, यही नर सेवा नारायण सेवा है। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ पुनः आप सभी के द्वारा आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम में आए हुए सभी लोगों के लिए शुभकामना दे करके अपनी वाणी को यही विराम देता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम, नमस्कार।
हमारे चेयरमैन मिस्टर मधुसूदनन जी आपसे दो शब्द कहेंगे। मधु।
थैंक यू लीला। सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने अपने कीमती समय निकाल के हमारे साथ बिताया। And sir, we thank you and the government of India for all the steps taken to improve the business climate, to improve the ease of business ranking, as you pointed out. The FMCG and retail sector, sir, as you know, plays a critical role to the economy and the GDP of the country. We are committed to supporting the government's vision of growing our economy and giving opportunity and employment to millions of Indians, and we request your continued support to this critical FMCG and retail industry. Thank you, sir.
देवेंद्र जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
सर
नमस्कार आप सभी भाइयों को पुनः।
नमस्कार या लीना, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी का, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स, फूड एंड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन।
तकनीकी गड़बड़ी के कारण लिंक से जुड़ नहीं पाए, इसका खेद है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी, आपकी आवाज आ गई हमारे पास और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लीना,
मिलते हैं हम लोग, मिलेंगे, जल्दी मिलेंगे।
हाँ जी सर,
सभी पदाधिकारियों की मेरा नमस्कार।
थैंक यू। आप दिल्ली आएंगे सर, तो आपसे मिलने के लिए हम लोग आएंगे सर। या
Lina, yeah. So, good evening everyone who's joined us. I think it is heartening to see the success of FICCI Mesmerize over the last 3 days. To me, in FMCG, retail, e-commerce, it is actually the most awaited event in the year. I've been attending it from the last many years, and there's always something new to learn. And I'm sure it's been a journey full of insight and learning for everyone. And it is my pleasure to be at the valedictory session. And without any further ado, I would like Madhusudan Gopalan, the chair of FICCI FMCG, and who's also the CEO of PNG in India, to also speak a few words on this. Madhu, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Devendra Tavla. Very warm welcome to everyone today evening. At the end of this edition of Mesmerize, at the outset, I'd like to thank all the participants, the dignitaries, the amazing speaker lineup that we had. So Devendra was just sharing as we got started on the strong startup session that just as well. And it's great to see the best and the brightest of the industry come together to look at what is the future of the industry and the constructive role that FMCG and the retail industry is playing and will play for the future. I think a few key themes clearly stand out as we reflect back on the 3 days of this year's Mesmerize edition. The first really is the importance of resilience, which is the theme of this year's Mesmerize. And in today's uncertain environment, the fast evolving consumer retail landscape, the way to convert the challenge into opportunity is to really adopt resilience in the 5 pillars of resilience that we discussed over these 3 days. The second, of course, is the seismic shift in shopper experience and consumer expectations that we are seeing happen all around us, and the importance for us to serve consumers in a sustainable manner, and at the same time understanding that omni channel experience and giving a consistent experience to consumers across every touch point that they interact with brands and shop with retailers is going to be critical the way forward for our industry. Last but not the least, the role of digital and technology. It is transformed how we interact with consumers, how we go to market. And the last 18 months have taught us that it is absolutely imperative on how we use technology and digital to be able to serve consumers better, drive stronger efficiency across end-to-end supply chain. We refer to the huge opportunities on all operational areas, including logistics, and how we can really transform our industry, both FMCG and retail, using technology. I'd finally like to thank Vicky for the leadership work on this much looked forward to event, Mesmerize. It's an amazing event which brings together stakeholders from the government, from industry, and of course all other stakeholders to be able to look at how we can continue to support and take forward the critical role that FMCG and retail play, a leading contributor to the GDP of our country. In particular, I'd like to thank the organizing team from FICCI, which has done such a terrific job, as always, in putting together the Mesmerize edition for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gopalan. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO of the Niti Aayog, for his special address.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank FICCI for inviting me to deliver this message today. The world has seen much in the past 18 months. Many lessons have been learned during this time, both for governments and businesses. In an economy where close to 55% of our GDP comes from consumption expenditure, the FMCG sector emerges as one of the largest sectors of our economy. Growing awareness, easier access, and changing lifestyles have been the key growth drivers for this sector. There will be much disruption in the business models in this sector as well, with as many others. Yet the world also showed their capacity for innovation and entrepreneurial spirit during these times. New business models came up, delivery channels were modified. I was extremely happy to note that the theme selected for this year is resilience, which is an apt theme. Considering that resilience has emerged as a key metric through which we are now judging businesses and governments alike. The pandemic laid bare the need to develop new and alternative delivery channels of goods to customers. Moving towards e-commerce, multi-channel delivery models are the future. As more and more people are getting online and utilizing digital payments, such delivery models are going to be the key to the health of the sector going forward. Flexibility in responding to various challenges will be the key. Building in sustainable business practices across the supply chain is now imperative given the perils of climate change. For instance, food processing companies could ensure procurement from sustainable agriculture practices and promote similar backward linkages with farmers. It is only when the private sector and the government join hands will we be able to create a sustainable future. Now more than ever before, technology has permeated our lives with a suite of technologies now available to be leveraged in various sectors. Technologies can be applied across the FMCG supply chain to make it more efficient. Digital supply chains are the future, and we must work towards making this future a reality in India. India's Kirana stores, or mom and pop stores, make up a huge segment of our economy and are crucial in the final mile delivery, especially in the case of FMCGs where the rural economy matters as much, if not more, than the urban economy. Larger firms can work with such Kirana stores to ensure the digital onboarding and handholding. This can include, but is not limited to, e-commerce onboarding, digital payments, digital stock management, amongst others. Enabling our Kirana stores to connect to the digital economy can have the impact of boosting consumption in both rural and urban India. Work from home entered our lexicon in the past 18 months. Hybrid working models are being tested across the world, with many seeing rises in employee productivity as a result of this hybrid model. Ensuring that employees remain connected and making remote working more accessible is one avenue to work on the future. Resilience is now a new metric for us to measure when assessing our performance and preparedness for the future. Now more than ever, governments and indeed businesses will be judged on how resilient and sustainable their practices are. With the economy expected to rebound, disposable incomes will rise in India, including in rural areas. This bodes well for the FMCG industry in the near future. Looking ahead, the FMCG sector is only likely to grow and grow in the near future, with 15% annual growth forecast till 2025, doubling from 110 billion in 2020 to over 220 billion in 2025. However, resilience will be a key differentiator of successful businesses from unsuccessful ones. Redefining delivery channels, sustainability, leveraging innovation and technology, enabling Kirana stores and hybrid working models will be the key to ensuring a resilient FMCG sector, right from the manufacturing process to the last mile delivery channel. Many of India's FMCG companies have the potential to become global leaders. It is only through resilient and sustainable practices will they be able to scale such high heights. I once again thank FICCI for inviting me to deliver this talk on a very, very important topic. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for your very guiding words. I think theme of this year's Mesmerize could not have been any better than what we've discussed at length over the last 3 days, even as mentioned by Madhusudan Gopalan. I think FMCG and retail, and even Mr. Kant said resilience. We did have some very insightful discussions on how the industry worked over the last 1.5 years to ensure that normalcy to the life of the billion-plus population of the country continues. And while we've been hearing about this term VUCA before the pandemic, truly we got to experience what VUCA means. And this pandemic, whether you call it once in a lifetime, once in a century moment, I mean, this has been a game changer for everybody. There was no playbook, even at a policy level or even at industry level, when the first wave hit us. But what was really admirable was the agility and the collaborative approach which was displayed at all level. And as Mr. Kant and the minister before mentioned, I think kudos to our medical and the government infrastructure to be able to vaccinate more than 1 crore and some days 1.5 crore in a day, probably 2 crore. And I think that pace is really praiseworthy and hats off. We often quote that every crisis brings with itself an opportunity, and this is what it turned out to be during these troubled times. With so much uncertainty around every aspect of business, so many new and novel initiatives were scaled at unprecedented pace, and every company or every entrepreneur you speak to, there are stories, and I'm sure books will be written and this will be coded for decades to come. New business models were created, new channels were devised, and this debate of physical retail and e-commerce was put to rest, and everybody now recognizes that omni-channel or multi-channel is the only way to go, and the customer will choose many ways to shop, sometimes on WhatsApp, sometimes online, sometimes on websites, sometimes through social commerce, sometimes on Instagram, and even coming to the store, and it just will be the same customer. I think shackles of rigidity of the business models have completely been broken. When customers were unable to come to stores, businesses decided it was time to reach and deliver at their doorstep. And business realized how important the empathy, not towards the customer, but also our colleagues and frontline workers. And I would like to really salute frontline people I'm sure in Madhusudan's company and in every other company including ours, which worked every single day for people like us in our stores. From day one of lockdown, our staff was working. I think the boundaries between physical and the e-commerce have got broken. New models like D2C, social commerce have taken root. They're growing fast. And when we club all this, we have an exciting and emerging more and more new business models which will take root in the future. And just to go back a few years ago, and in hindsight, we realized that what 30 minutes delivery meant when we order a pizza or anything from a QSR industry. Now that's become a norm, not just in QSR, but practically for every industry or anything which we want delivered at home. Convenience to consumers is becoming more and more important in decision making. And the Google search of this term near me is becoming more important. And we've seen the impact what hyperlocal commerce can make. I believe consumers live and transact in micro moments, which brands need to win for their consumers and make these as moments of magic because our attention span, and more so in the pandemic when we are spending more and more time on screens digitally. I mean, here comes a message and you open a mail and you open some other app and then, something else will take your attention. So I think we need to win in this micro moments. And we need to remember, lastly, that emotions are all but about human interactions. There are scientific explanations, but above all, it is all about emotions, at least the joys of shopping, the joys of buying. It is tough to design, but when you put heart to it, equation becomes simple and all can be a true companion to the consumers. And I must say that the only constant is change itself. But I know for certain that one thing which will never change is the relevance of keeping customer at the center of all business decisions. At all innovations, my request is think of the customer first. Those business models will win who don't lose sight of the customer and keeping them at the center. Now, as Madhusudan mentioned, I would also like to specially mention that organizing an event of such scale, if you see the number of speakers we've had, the schedules which have to be fit in, the number of mails, calls which have to be made to fit all this, I would like to really pay tribute and hats off to Lena and her team at FICCI. These are not simple events to manage. The number of speakers from government and from all stakeholders to come together. So I think I would like to thank everyone at FICCI team who worked very hard in the background to make this a successful event. Even our sponsors who deserve a special mention to be able to make it happen. And we all know that more than faces in the front which appear on the screen, there are equally or more hardworking people behind. So with that, I would like to thank everyone at FICCI. And as I close this session, over to you, Lena, and the FICCI team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devendra ji, and also Madhusudan ji, for all your support always. In fact, to the initiatives that we always take at FICCI. Thank you very much. And we are very honored to have the presence of people like you, the two of you, who actually are the spine behind whatever we do. So thank you very much for being there always. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Lena.